Let's go to see the stars and the moon. I'd fly far into space as long as I am with you. The light in my bright eyes when you're near. The fluttering I feel in my chest when you are here. I can't explain this kind of love. It pulls me to you, I want it, I can't get enough. So share this precious light with me. Just take my hand and let's enjoy the things that we'll see. Let's go to see the stars and the moon. I'd fly far into space as long as I am with you. The light in my bright eyes when you're near. The fluttering I feel in my chest when you are here. I can't explain this kind of love. It pulls me to you, I want it, I can't get enough. So share this precious light with me. Just take my hand and let's enjoy the things that we'll see.
Welcome back to another stream. I hope you're having a thunderous Thursday. I'm so happy to see y'all. We are going to be wrapping up Ace Attorney. Well, not all of Ace Attorney, but the Phoenix Wright trilogy, which a little bittersweet, you know? I know there's going to be more on the horizon, but it's the OG trilogy, you know? It'll never be the same. We'll always have this, and this will be the start of it. But I'm excited for the new adventures on the horizon, and I'm very excited to see how this wraps up. How's it going, Kev? Yeah. Let me link that Godot remix, actually, because that was by an independent musician, and we love to support music. So check that out if you liked it. Someone very talented made that. And yeah, I'm stoked to get into this. Yes. I can't believe my ass did that shit. Oh my god, I can't. Show screen. Yeah. I'll pull it up in a sec. But I cannot believe that I did that shit. I really fucking overwrote all that shit. That's so wild. It's interesting seeing how this is split up. Like the first part of the trial is 2 parts. So there's actually sub chapters that we weren't even aware of. That's really cool. Anyway, it's time. Wrong way. All right. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. Final trial time indeed.
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Ah, morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya.
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So, is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No. She's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then, how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. Who is this going to be? Let's see. Maybe Gumshoe. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh, Edgeworth. Edgeworth? Well, what's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. This is going to be a Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Of course. Godot? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. He has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, for real. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself get stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Partner, huh? Thanks. I still don't have the answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donim, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Oh, also, heads up. There was like some crazy construction. They were like ripping some siding off of our balcony. I don't know if they're gonna come back to put the siding back on, but that shit was loud as all fuck. And there's nothing I can do to stop you from hearing that. So I apologize if you hear some obnoxious noise in the background, but I didn't want to put off streaming today because of that. Anyway, just wanted to give you a little heads up. I'll try to like adjust my noise gate so you don't hear it as much, but yeah. Ace Attorney matters more. I'm saying. February 10th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you...
Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted.
So we did pass our cold on to someone else. That's so funny.
Therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
I see, Your Honor. So, they're brothers. That explains a lot.
My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
The fact it was his brother too, bro. Yeah. Oh, that's too funny. We're starting off good with some good comedy. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statements.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you mean, forget it, what do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant?
Iris? Why didn't she discuss this with me first?
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. He's such a fuckboy. That's one of my rules, is it? Oh, that killed me. That's too good.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's all right. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donem?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it.
What?
Yeah, that's very fucked up.
Order in the court. Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Damn. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be the case. It just happens that in this case, it's to murder. Defendant already looking pretty guilty. Yeah, for real, for real. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That guy, though. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Damn. Now then, little lady, you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? No, I'm definitely up a creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, trite. She's naming Maya.
Order! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. You know, maybe I should have been suspicious that she was conniving when she said that Dahlia wasn't a demon. We are ace attorneying so hard. Well, guess today I got off of school a little earlier. What's good, my guy? What is good indeed? Welcome, NSK. Happy to see you. Glad it worked out. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. Objection! That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a...
The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Well, last trial ever, bro. This is the end. We're never playing any Ace Attorney ever again after this. No. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, for sure. It's wild, though. Like, it's... Damn, yeah, I was saying at the top of the stream, like, damn, it's always bittersweet to get to the end of, like, the first trilogy of something like this, whether it's a movie or whatnot. But I'm excited to see how this all concludes. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Oh boy, just you wait how many games you were missing. There's like 5 other games. Yeah, I know. It's gonna be hype. It's okay, we'll get to the Miles duology and the Apollo trilogy. Absolutely we will. The real murder. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole a weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. Would Misty try to kill Maya? Something's very fishy about this.
So it was in self-defense.
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked her first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. True, since I still can't play it on... Oh, wait, it's okay. Oh, yeah. Since I can't play it on mobile, I'll watch my guy Apple play it. Would like to know a bit more about Worthy of the Edge. Why would she kill her daughter? That's what I'm saying. But yeah, I'm excited to learn more about Edgeworth too. It's been fun having him be more prominent in this case. So it'll be a lot of fun to play investigations and see a lot more of him. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Kev. Like, why would she kill her daughter? That makes no sense. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. Got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. After that, the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Right.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Indeed. Okay, so we gotta prove that she, I guess, again, wasn't at the temple. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all. Okay, well, I have a feeling that's where we're gonna present our evidence. Let's start by pressing her statements first, though. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. Damn, bro really hit. Yesterday's price is not today's price. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay.
What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? No thoughts on that, Phoenix? Just... I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There. We all understand how difficult this is for you.
Here we go with the Nick X Maya. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I definitely feel like the game tries to push it, but sometimes those like pushed romances don't hit for me, you know? I feel like it feels a little too forced, too tropey for me.
Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. Hold it! You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye? I never felt like it was pushed, really. That and knowing his story with Dahlia. Yeah. I definitely feel like there's moments where they, I'll put it this way, it's the only ship that's canonically acknowledged, even if it's in jest. So it definitely feels more pushed than any other ship. But yeah, I don't think that there's anything that they like push hard as like a definitive canon ship, at least not yet. But definitely people assume it. Though I had friends that I was, girls that I was friends with growing up that people always assumed we were dating, and it was like, nah, we're just chilling. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? I think it stems from like the compulsory assumption that like, yeah, I always see them more as siblings too, personally. I think a lot of it stems from the compulsory assumption that like when you see two people hang out a lot, like of the opposite gender, people just are like, oh, they're dating. That's default now, you know? What is it? It's like compulsive heteronormativity or something like that. But yeah, just this phenomena that when two characters are seen together a lot in media, people just kind of compulsively ship them. I mostly saw Nick and Maya as friends or just simply co-workers. I think Maya and Pearly are more sibling-coded, and when I met Pearl, I thought it was Maya's younger sister, but no, little cousin. Yeah. Maya and Pearly are very sibling-coded, and I think that is due to their kind of just fucked family dynamic. Because Mia and Maya both had to grow up quicker than most people, with their mother being absent, their father out of the picture. Pearl didn't really have proper parent figures, so those three probably ended up real tight as a result of it. I could definitely see that. Well, why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. No, she's full of shit.
What happened after that?
While Mystic Maya was stumbling, the Mystic Elsie moved in to deliver a fatal strike. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her rope for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? We didn't find a dagger. And Elise Donim tried to stab her with this weapon to kill Miss Faye.
Yes, exactly.
Ah. Okay, is this the time for... It feels too early for to present the cane sword. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Damn, they really hitting us with Worcestershire sauce in the morning like that. Easy contradiction if it gets added to the testimony. Yeah, for sure. You have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Worcestershire sauce. Yeah, exactly. Deadass. That was a COVID activity for me, was learning how to say Worcestershire sauce. That's how bored I got during fucking COVID. Damn, let me save first, but I think there is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But this witness is your own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that.
I just pronounced it as Worcestershire sauce. I'm sure it's not pronounced like that, but I don't care. Word's too difficult, mouthful. Honestly, you're pretty much nailing it, other than instead of a CH, it's a soft C, so it's like a S. So it's like Worcestershire sauce. But like you pretty much got it. I don't think anyone would, if I had heard you say it or seeing it written out, I probably wouldn't even notice. It's wash your sister's sauce. Hey. She can do that herself. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. The judge just wants to feel like he's important still. Okay, now, let's continue.
She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe.
Hold it! She threw her staff away.
Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff.
Worcester sauce. This is ball knowledge. Someone probably won't get the reference. Yeah, probably me. I probably won't. I know very little about basketball, but I do watch some highlights from time to time. Mostly of Wembenyama. That dude's just unreal. That dude's a human cheat code. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. No, ball knowledge is a little Gen Z slang. Oh, you just mean like street knowledge? Okay, I got you. No, you're good. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff.
Yes, that's what I saw.
Is there anything odd to that, about that, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, it's odd, all right. Ball knowledge means you know something obscure, or that something that doesn't get much attention. Got you. So like niche information. Cool. See, now I know. See, I just acquired a little ball knowledge from you. Let's see. Okay, so she threw away. Damn, and here I was thinking the first statement was gonna be the one that had all the teeth. Let's see here. She threw away her staff and pulled it back inside her room. That's interesting. And then?
Mystic Maya. She turned things around and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike.
Witness, are you absolutely certain?
Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something... Maya Fey's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead.
Yes, I see.
This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's gonna get blamed for this. I only have this to say. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. Hold it! Okay, now it's time to start presenting some evidence after this. So you're saying Maya Fey was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Donim? Sister Iris, is that really what you saw? Yes.
Objection!
Tisk, Wright. You could either show the staff IMO or maybe tell the court that Elise was Maya's daughter so they wouldn't do that. Either would work. Yeah. There's honestly a lot of holes in this testimony. It's like, where do I begin? If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this. I know that's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it. There's only one thing you need to get, Trite. It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold. What does that mean? Is Godot waiting for me to point out the contradictions? I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. Damn. Even though he's seen it happen multiple times. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I love how, I'm not necessarily including the judge in this group of smart-ass people I'm referring to, but I love how there's all these smart-ass people that are in this court all the time and see Maya transform and they're like, yeah, I still don't believe in it. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this. But there are two things I noticed that just don't add up. Oh, that's good, because I also noticed two things. I love when the game tells me I'm doing well. Alright, so she went to the inner temple. I think the staff is the move. Okay, I'm gonna present it. Wait, let me save. The game tells you you're doing well since the beginning. Yeah, does it? Maybe I just do bad then. That makes sense. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's a good point. There's people who don't believe in vaccines too, despite all the research. Yeah. What, you know the old saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Alright, so let's try on this statement. Damn, I forgot how much evidence I had. That was Objection! Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Donim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Got her. If Elise Donim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Objection!
Oh, we got her. Godot had to bail her out. That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, people who say vaccines cause autism, bro, who is even saying this stupid myth? It's stupid. Vaccine cannot cause a whole neurological disorder, bro. I'm autistic and I don't like calling it a disorder. Yeah, no, I feel that. I think people look for the easiest explanation to integrate into their worldview rather than the truth. Because, you know, the truth can be hard to integrate because often it requires you to challenge your assumptions and beliefs and sometimes change as a person. So when you see something like, oh, autism is caused by vaccines, a lot of times you got people who believe that because they have an autistic child and they themselves don't want to acknowledge that they're autistic. And so they go, oh, there's just so many more autistic people because of vaccines, when in reality, it's just that we're getting better at identifying it and helping people, integrate into the world with autism. So rather than, acknowledge that and then acknowledge that they themselves are autistic, they default to saying, no, it's the vaccines, even though deep down, they know that's not the truth. But they'd rather accept the lie than address the cognitive dissonance they're experiencing. That's my take on it. But yeah, I've also suspected that I'm autistic. A lot of the struggles that I've had throughout my life would make a lot of sense. But it's pretty tough to get a diagnosis, and sometimes it's disadvantageous in the US to have that diagnosis as well. But I have thought about seeking it so I could maybe claim like disability or something to get a little more assistance. Anyway, you got me on a whole tangent now. Look at me fucking info dump. I joined stream and I hear this conversation. What happened, bro? We just yapping, no biggie. Oh man, I talked about how all these people see Maya transform in the court and don't believe it. So then we got talking about how people don't believe, obvious things and vaccines and so on and so forth. How's it going, Tony? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, final case time to lock in. Yeah, bro, we're gonna be streaming. Oh my god, we're already 40 minutes in. Damn. Yeah, we gotta lock in. Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. Getting sidetracked. Yeah. I'm easy to sidetrack. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Let's see. This could be the one. Or it could be the lock or the talisman. Right, exactly. I'm leaning more towards the talisman than this. Profiles, that's a good thought. Yeah, I always forget about these, honestly. You would think at this point I'd remember. Oh, wait. Elise Donim, right? Maya's mother. Yeah. Let's try that. Oh, I can't save. All right, let's try that. Yeah. Elise Donim would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Also, I had a thought. Elise, like Fur Elise. Fur Elise Donim. No, never mind. I was trying to think. I thought maybe it could kind of sound like faux, but nah. I think I'm thinking too deep. Her real name was Misty Fey.
Hey!
No, not Mystic Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to...
Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She's also the mother of Maya Fey.
Are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donim actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing.
Order! Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony,
Ah, shit, we dropping frames. Hold up. OBS. Don't do this BS. Let me try switching to Wi-Fi. All right, let's see if that fixes it.
upon hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing.
Yes? What is this one little impossible thing?
Becoming an ethical billionaire. I mean, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. I have to say, that's probably the nicest I've heard anyone describe Gumshoe, a detective who loves to investigate. I think that's the first time a prosecutor's described him without denigrating him. And he discovered this little beauty.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if I look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken my first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Wow, okay. I assumed that the coffee he drank during the trial was part of his morning coffee. This man is drinking 13 cups of coffee just to wake up. And then 17 at work. Oh my God. 30 cups of coffee a day. My man is gonna die. Again. Holy. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence.
Dude, his fucking bladder is working overtime for real. For real. Man's is bursting at the seams right now.
Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. That was so weird.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Damn. Cute girls never lie. Ever. Know about that?
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
The battle.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Damn. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Let's see, what can we... Well, let's start with pressing. Full court press.
Hold it!
Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all of this?
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
Then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon.
What happened to the victim's staff then?
I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think I got away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise realized the dagger had... Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing sounds especially strange yet.
What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her?
Suddenly, Mystic Elise was on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern.
You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim?
Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly.
Uh-oh, what's Godot cooking this time? As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. Perhaps. What is a jackal? I don't think I've seen that before. I believe the description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it.
Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
Shit, are we dropping frames again? I think we're okay.
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise.
Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Almost?
The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who.
What did she just say? So, in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection!
We know that Maya Fey was at the Inner Temple that night. And that woman that was killed was Elise Donim, They showed a CG for that statement. Curious. CG. Did they? Interesting. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. And Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground.
So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh?
Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
Where did that dagger go?
I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see.
According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle.
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
After being stabbed in the stomach, the victim collapsed right away?
Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. And Mystic Maya stood there not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over.
It seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Alright, let's see here. Then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, went back to the stone lantern. Let's see. Let's see here. Stumbled after being hit over the head with the staff, okay. Then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly Mystic Elise was the offensive with her back to the stone lantern. What did we get from this? That's what you saw. It's almost certain. Brendan was... Okay, so...
Objection!
So we need to call in question what she saw. How do we... Let's see. Oh, wait. I think I got it. Let me see here. She was stabbed in the back, wasn't she? Aha!
Objection!
There we go. Something about you isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Yeah. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
Ha! It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
I mean, he's not wrong. No lies detected. I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Objection! Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
There are certainly some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it?
Oh, well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light!
By the way, did you know? Azakura has a rule that on nights when the acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Post and lightning.
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. Has it? If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. But we can see the ad break coming. Run, hide, fight for your lives. I'll see y'all in a few. Isn't that right, Trites? No!
Order! Order! Order!
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood.
Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written In blood?
It says Maya upside down.
What the?
Oh, yes, that's right.
What Tricky Tony said? How is Godot drinking all that coffee without needing to go to the toilet? For real, for real. It's wild. I don't know how anyone could drink that much coffee. I have, like, you see sometimes the big ass coffee I get, and bruh, I hop off stream and yeah, I immediately go take a leak, like immediately. First thing I do. It's weird though, because when I'm on stream, I think I'm so preoccupied I don't notice if that I need to. But as soon as I end stream, yeah. I announced it this time though. I did. I said it. I know I did. Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. You would not believe what ad I got. Let me guess. ITT Tech. No, I'm playing Lone Star University or college. That's so funny. They really want you out in Texas, bro. They want you so bad, bro. They're like, we know you're not ready for college yet, but we want to get in your ear ahead of time. Damn, that's so funny. I'm curious what the targeting is for that, because that is interesting. Because, yeah, you would think that they'd predominantly market it within the States. They really want you to go to the U.S. Yeah, yeah. I can't say I advise it, but they seem to want that.
She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
It certainly looks that way. Objection!
Got you. Oh, hell yeah. There you go. That'll solve your problems. Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood. Huh. Nonsense. This lantern. It's as clean as a whistle. What? Oh, can he not see it because of his goggle things? Does this work on mobile? Good question. I think if you got Android, there's probably something you could get that would do that. If you use Firefox, you can download extensions. Nice. Yeah, clearly red blood. Yeah, I remember Godot mentioning that like his vision was semi-impaired because of the, like without this he literally couldn't see anything. So yeah, I think he genuinely can't see it. We need Emma Sky to pull up with the luminal fluid to see the blood. Yeah, for real. Could it be? He can't see the blood writing at all. And now that I think about it, he did say something to me yesterday. Yeah. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Also remember from 3.3, they actually foreshadowed this part. Did they? Huh. Trying to remember. Did something happen to Diego's eyes? I don't remember. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Yeah. Interesting. So that's what he meant by that. In 3.3, he couldn't see the blood on Maggie's clothes, remember? Oh, you're right. Damn. Okay. Yeah. I was thinking of 3.4, I think. Not 3.3. That's why I said Diego. Interesting. Huh. Maybe that's 3.1. But yeah, anyway. That's interesting.
We now know that the crime scene was dark.
So it's the second time Godot doesn't see something red. Yeah. Interesting. He's like a bull, but reverse.
And that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern.
Phoenix about to buy a bunch of red pens. Keep all his notes in red. My dude's colorblind. His vision is probably like all gray. Let's be real. Yeah, probably seeing grayscale. That's interesting.
Mr. Godot.
Okay then. Let's move on. Motherfucker has monochrome vision. And he's still stylish as hell. So we love that for him. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from a caffeine overdose. Yeah, I have a feeling this dude is like physically incapable. Yeah, Godot's outfit's pretty dapper. I'm saying, like, he's a sharp-dressed man.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Donim was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then, I used the snowmobile to carry it back up to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shishushido to alter the way the wound looked.
So, you moved the body.
Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. Even so, I never imagined that Elise no Nim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor.
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
We'll do our best. Yes, Your Honor. So, you waited until everything was over before making a move.
No, it's not like that.
Objection!
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument?
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me, and it finally dawned on her what she had done. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition.
So then, you knew the significance of the name Maya Fey.
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Yeah, that specifically stuck out to me, so it seems like it's unusual to recognize her. Because, like, I really felt like Bikini should have known that.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh?
I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge.
It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across that rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is, It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and...
The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? You always ask for more details. Always. Let me hear more about this snowmobile ride.
Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
Objection!
I'm sorry, witness. But now, I've got a problem with your testimony.
Excuse me?
I had a feeling, because didn't we prove that that couldn't be the case already? Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple.
Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates.
Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Let's go. Godot's helping us out.
Order, Mr. Godot. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony?
Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it? Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? Yeah, I was just about to go back and try the tracks. Why would Godot want to give me a hint?
Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. All the way to Hazakura Temple.
Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway. And then
Let me actually press this last statement, then I'm going to go back and try the tracks. I think that's obviously where we got to go with it. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you?
Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst.
Probably. Or like definitely.
I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Donin.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing.
I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Yeah, to assert power for the Branch family. Alright, so let's go to this one.
Hold it!
Bum. Tell me about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. Pinning the murder on Maya. Here we go again with the accusation of murder against Maya. Leave girlie alone. For real. No, Maya cannot catch a break. I feel so bad for her. Lost her mom. 17 years. Big sis gets murdered. And now her mom gets murdered and they're trying to pin that shit on her after the kidnapping and everything too. Maya's had it rough. Snow is still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow is still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped.
Maya's only family at this point is Pearl. Yeah, for real, for real.
That's why there's such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
I think it's important. Because if that's the case, wouldn't we then... Gotta admire her optimism, because she sure doesn't seem depressed by all of this happening. Yeah, for real, for real. She tough as hell for enduring all that and still being able to smile, seem chipper as hell. We love that. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made to be added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. What if Maya's faking the smiles and optimism? I mean, it's very possible. Let's be real. In my experience, at least, the most like chipper, upbeat people that you know are usually the most depressed. It's usually a coping mechanism. This should be fun. You. Let's get this snow business all cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped.
Hold it! There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. Most class clowns are so damn depressed at home, so I can just see Maya being secretly depressed. Yeah, for sure, for sure. It definitely would track. Unfortunately. I hope that's not the case. I hope she's just a real trooper and is sincerely happy despite it all, but yeah. This time, are you sure it's all true?
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. She's just a bright gal at heart despite everything. Yeah, we love that for her.
That's right. I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh?
What is going on here?
If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid Revelations. Huh. Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. Oh, we see this. Okay, let's see here. So here's what I'm thinking, is that if the if the snow had stopped at the time of the murder, then wouldn't we see tracks coming away from the snowmobile of like the body being dragged and everything? Like, there's no way she gets off the snowmobile with a body and doesn't leave pretty substantial tracks, right? Let me save, but I think I'm gonna try that. My thought was that it was snowing at the time or something like that. Right, because if it was snowing at the time, which would make sense, that would explain why her footprints got covered up. But if it's... wasn't snowing at this time. Let's see. We don't have a photo. I think it's got to be this photo of the tracks then, right? Actually, wait, I got a thought. Yeah, let's hear it. What you thinking? Snow hearts. Kev has an idea. Write that down. Write that down. Write that down. Let's see. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge while it was snowing, but it didn't show that with evidence. Try the weather report onto that statement. Hey, there we go. All the way across Dusky Bridge.
Objection!
You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. Also, big ups Kev, solving it. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m., but you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Oh, the fire probably. Unc still got it. Kev knows best, absolutely. Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught fire.
What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be.
Damn. That bridge got smited. God was up there watching them do all this bullshit, and he was like, busted. They gonna figure it out now. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Oh, right. I was watching JJK this morning. I just saw his badge on his lapel and it reminded me. And Jujutsu Kaisen basically had an Ace Attorney episode. Not like for real, but it was all like themed around the dude's power was like all trial themed. And he even had the little lapel badge. I guess maybe that's just like an actual thing in Japan. I thought that was just an Ace Attorney thing, but maybe that's what the actual attorney badges look like. Because it looked exactly like the one from Ace Attorney. So, yeah, it could be a reference to that too, I guess. Anyway, it was funny because I was literally watching that right before we hopped on stream. Now, all lawyers and prosecutors do have badges IRL, and they look the exact same too. Well, there you go. We learned something new. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or not, or body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying, and I will find you in contempt of the court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. This is how prosecutor's badge looks if you were curious, and what Miles has. Oh, that is cool. Here, let me share that. That's neat. I didn't know that. That's pretty dope. I kind of like that better than the defense badge. They're both dope, but that's pretty sick. Old man.
Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body. He makes a good point, on both accounts.
But that's right. I'm not lying.
what are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah!
All right then. Witness, let us hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be your final testimony? Mayhaps.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much?
Probably final for this part. We still got two left. Yeah.
Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge?
Perhaps there is. Mayhaps someone drew a picture of it.
So it was just a misunderstanding. I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. Oh, it's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's gonna be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Right. I'm only gonna say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
All right, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination.
Right.
Ooh, excuse me. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body.
Hold it! Yes, but if the snow had already excuse me. If the snow had already stopped when the incident took place,
I couldn't have crossed the bridge naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body didn't make it across somehow. The body did make it across somehow. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is gonna get her off the hook? Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Oh, I remember this part. It's really weird. Uh-oh. I'll give you a small hint. All right. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. You remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally it was, You see? It's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. Larry sketch on the final statement. Yeah, I was thinking the Larry sketch. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
Objection!
Because, like, how else could they get across? Well, Larry saw a way. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trites. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show us some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge? Yeah, definitely. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? No sillier than crossing a burning bridge. A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing? If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. I've come all this way. I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how did you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even I don't know the exact answer yet. It's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where it takes me. I've got to be like a shark, and if I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. All right, we got this.
Objection!
A dead body flying over a burning bridge? Wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Oh, preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness?
I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Donim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Donim.
Brilliant!
Highly gifted. Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. That's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. This is about to sell for so much fucking money when this trial's over. Bro's about to be a millionaire on his first drawing.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it?
No, that was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument.
Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ah. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Oh, wow. Would have been really funny if we did this yesterday. Yeah, that would have been. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks.
You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch?
Upside down? Why did Godot say that?
All right then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Yeah, let's see. All right, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Laurice Donim is exactly what happened. But it might be upside down, I don't know. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! Upside down would make sense if you look at it that way. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Because, like, how do you suspend them over the bridge? That would require a whole nother cable. But you could easily suspend them under the bridge. And the way they show Larry laying, like he's upside down looking up at it. So it makes sense that he would see it upside down too.
You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness.
What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. You might be cooking. Yeah, I think so. I just got to figure out how to make that argument.
Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air?
Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the Inner Temple yet. Ugh, I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened.
All right then. The witness will now return to her testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body.
Let's see. Wait, we got another picture, right? Yeah. Part of me wants to present that because I should have done the contradiction IMO. Alright, I guess we can always go back. Let's see here. Let me try it. Present here.
Objection!
Actually, okay. Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see this.
No, that's not what I meant, Your Honor. Laurice Donim stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality.
Ah, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts the reality we see? So I could see this, because obviously people can't fly. But I was also thinking this, because these are the support cables that are under the bridge. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Okay. Yeah. It's this wire connected to the bridge.
The wire?
Ah. Isn't that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that'll point out how the sketch contradicts reality.
Take that!
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In this sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumping Jehoshaphat!
the wires are below the guard wires.
What? Order! Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Maurice, I admit a mistake is definitely a possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? I do. Listen, think back, all right? Remember what Maurice was doing when he had witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally, he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Maurice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
Ah!
No way. Maurice Donim witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene he saw was actually upside down.
So then, this sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Maurice Donim's sketch is like this.
Yes.
This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum.
Food is delicious.
What? Delicious.
Objection!
Order! Order!
Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There's no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. Ridiculous. Ah, yes. That makes sense. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had rope on hand to create a pendulum?
I feel like it's this, right? I'm gonna go with this. Can I save it? Let's go with this.
And the meaning of this is?
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Donim's body. And yeeted her across the cliff, I guess, because there was simply no other way to move the body. Huh. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, then.
Mr. Godot!
He's still going.
It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee, that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Dropping frames like crazy now. What the hell? Let's see, did that fix it? Yes, cool. All right. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Maybe the autopsy report? Yeah, and that's why the body got bruised up. Interesting. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. We're cooking here, yeah we are. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now, let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this. Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Donim's staff. Got it. And even since... and even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map.
The crystal was found.
Oh, the crystal was found. Ah!
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright!
I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
That was a dark and bitter guess you made there, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
And what would that be?
The aroma.
Huh?
A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite?
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. Let's see. The body couldn't have made it into Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
I mean, it has to be Dahlia. But are we ready to make that case yet? That's the real question. I feel like we have to be. Like, this is the only choice.
Take that!
Well, Mr. Godot, I'm sure you have something to say.
Uh-oh. That aroma just now. It smelled of sulfur. Perhaps it was your chances of winning rotting away. Maybe, let's try that. So if it's not Dahlia, then it would have to be, because it can only be these two. So then it's Iris.
Take that!
It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? But I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one who could have managed.
Objection!
Trite. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Objection!
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Indeed. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So, you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is There's no one besides Iris who could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Now it's Dahlia.
Take that!
I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne.
Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine.
No, the honor is all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
But what? Order, order, order!
Oh, wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
Objection! You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Karain channeling technique flows within that body.
The Karain channeling technique? Now where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes.
Objection!
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened.
Objection!
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out, as soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means the iris that was at the dinner was the real Iris.
And that the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was sending the ad break this way. Run! Hide! Fight for your lives! Please don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a few minutes. Was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in this witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. after meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by the pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the iris that received the body was the real iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the iris here is the same one from the other nights. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places.
Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
There was one. There was one. During the earthquake. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was... I'm sorry, Edgy. I didn't mean... I don't have to... I'm sorry, bro. It has to be this way.
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake?
Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might...
How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already in there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here.
God first burnt that bridge, then this.
No judge in his right mind would consider... Oh.
Be quiet. Oh, shit.
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and occupation. So that's why she wanted Maya found guilty. Yup. It all makes sense. Lock her up, and then it fulfills the plans of Morgan. Sets Pearl up to be the head. Especially if they can get her a Destin. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne, in my current profession, permanently retired.
So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. There we go, part 1. Yeah. Only 2 left. Yeah. Luckily, I assume that they're going to be the second one will probably be a little bit shorter, and the third one I have to imagine is a lot shorter. This would be a very long finale otherwise. We'll see, I guess. February 10th, 1:06 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 7.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness.
Yes.
Stupid.
How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems as if we're to learn the truth. We'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that.
Final one is more or less a showdown. It's pretty short from what I remember. Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of just like, sorry, the big like final square off. So that makes sense. I'm excited to see how it shapes up, like what it looks like, because that'll be new.
But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master.
Yep.
But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seemed to have succeeded anyway.
Damn, they were gonna fuck over poor Iris. And like Iris even. Oh wait. When Iris was defending Dahlia, it was actually Dahlia. That makes sense. That's why Iris wasn't all like, yeah, no, Dahlia's a fucking demon. Damn. Okay, it's all making sense now. God, what a fucking demon.
Hold it! So that means you...
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes. You have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that. Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during the cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true? Let's see. The plan.
The whole plan began with my death. Stupid plan hatched by Morgan.
Oh wait, I gotta press.
Hold it!
Ba-dum-bum-bum. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed this plan.
Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of Karain?
She's a cold, twisted woman. she thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master.
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris? Slightly unrelated, long story too, but I find the Morgan Fay thing to be very interesting. If you remember, I mentioned once that there was an Arthurian legend character that was also called Morgan Fay in the myths. In the myths, Morgan had made a child out of Arthur's blood and implanted the idea that the child would take his throne eventually. The child was named Mordred, and when Mordred was rejected, they eventually betrayed Arthur, which Mordred lost but injured Arthur really badly, which led to his death. Interesting. Which led to Morgan getting the throne instead. Huh. Interesting. So yeah, she definitely seems to be inspired by that character then. Because there's a lot of parallels. It's definitely not one-to-one, but there's a lot of parallels for sure. First of all, the name. You're like having a child with the intentions of usurping the throne. All of that goes to shit and ruins, well, Morgan got the throne, so it didn't ruin her, but that's very interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing.
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter.
The similar name and the Pearl thing kind of makes me think it's very similar. Yeah, for sure. I definitely think it's got to be at least somewhat inspired by that.
The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunate for her. What's that?
Thought my girlfriend was texting me. Sadly, no.
Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die.
Maya would have to die. But why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection! But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of master. That's all.
That's ridiculous. Come on, man. You've met Morgan. That's not ridiculous at all.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fay as well.
How could anyone do that?
The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris.
You were gonna kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, then naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was around going. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
That's ironic coming from this woman.
Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will.
Says the literal backstabber. Like, literal backstabber.
Anyway, the plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Hold it!
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Profile.
Objection! That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny.
Fuck her.
Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you.
That's cool. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people?
We get it. You're literally a demon. Like, this feels like the type of thing someone would say that they think is going to hurt your feelings, but it really just makes you, like, happier that this person's not in your life anymore. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
Yeah, I'm sure Phoenix is aware too. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, I don't think these are cutting as deep as she wants them to. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest.
Oh, so you're exactly like that woman.
The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? I love narcissists when they're like, no, I'm unique and special. Those other narcissists only care about themselves. They don't, like, unlike me, who only cares about myself. Damn, that's funny as fuck. So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead.
You understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was?
Hold it! Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay.
Helping? Don't make me laugh.
You can guess the reason, I bet. Save 2, by the way. Good call, good call.
From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
Yeah, what a sad, pathetic life you lived. So, she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think to get revenge.
Revenge? It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya?
I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Okay. Yeah, this definitely seems like the one that we gotta challenge. Now let's see here. Revenge. Why would Dahlia want revenge on me, maybe? Hint profiles. Okay. Went to the inner temple. Eternal mentor in life, passed away 2 years ago. Maybe it's revenge against Mia? Because obviously Mia's dead, so she can't get revenge on her anymore. I'm gonna try that.
Objection!
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. So I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone.
I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do this?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plan. Just for that. For that, you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Exactly. They're the same.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you that there's not a thing you can do to me. That night? Like mother, like daughter. Yeah, for real, for real. At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Well, it clearly didn't work because he was still there. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and I left Hazakura Temple. So, it was Alisto Nim who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her old poor back.
What did you do then?
The kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger. I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You tried to get revenge, you got killed. But I think that means that's probably why. Damn, did Maya actually kill her own mother then? You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure.
Objection!
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. Before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. So now begs the question, who did kill Elsie? Or Elise? Yeah, exactly. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern.
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well in the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gotten into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. In my place. I'd finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author, which is very weird.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human could commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
Ugh. No way!
Order! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Objection! Ridiculous! That's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting the facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of Eagle River, where else?
Eagle River?
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now?
Guess it's time to chill out a bit. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone.
What kind of ringtone is that? It's a good-ass one. Why are you talking shit for?
Godot here. It's his theme, Phoenix. Okay, thanks.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great! What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh? Don't look so surprised.
This is Maya. Why did Maya... why did she channel Dahlia? Because it can't be Misty, because she's dead. It can't be Pearl. I guess it could be, but I don't think it is. It seems unlikely, because she was with us. No, yeah, it can't be Pearl. So it has to be Maya.
I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found in the sacred cavern.
No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No.
No!
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of Eagle River.
It can't be.
Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem.
Oh, what is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, isn't that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
What?
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax. Think through the whole thing again. If you remember 3-4, you might know where this is going. I'm not sure I do. What? Like I said, I think that Maya is the one that's channeling Dahlia right now. I think that's what's going on. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River because of the rocks. I do remember that being a thing in 3-4. The rocks were in the way.
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side.
Oh, I see. I gotta prove right now she didn't. Okay, so yeah, it's gotta be the rocks then.
Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Let's see. Larry's sketch, Dusky photo. Yeah, this is what we need. Okay. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh, ooh, you're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out.
No!
Order, order.
You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into Eagle River. That's a Mia quote, by the way. I thought it sounded familiar. Okay. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So, where is her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Also, damn big lack of Mia in this case and in this game when you think about it compared to Ace Attorney 1 and 2. Yeah, that's true. That's true. There's not a lot of Mia in this. Ace is standing on his own 2 feet now. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is... Let me save, but I'm pretty sure Maya is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What?
Maya Fey is here.
You say she's here in my courtroom?
He's at his peak in this game and it shows, yeah. Yeah, it definitely does. He's cooking. He's on fire here. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Exactly. Exactly. That's the question I've been wondering this whole time.
Oh, why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey. That pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Props for figuring it out early, I must say. Yeah, I don't know what clicked, but it clicked for me in a moment. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did. But who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? Indeed. It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could.
Take that!
Mm-hmm. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already. I can't stand the tension.
Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey.
What?
Damn right.
Let's go. But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal?
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Ah. Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be?
It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Oh, well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then, the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean that's when she channeled me?
All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No, don't say that. You're saying that Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp?
Yeah, big brain move by Maya, for sure.
Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious?
Objection! Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world? She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well,
Me, of course.
speaking of Mia, Mia!
Mia Fey? It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Godot really heating up for some reason. So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Ha! You're something else.
But what are you doing here?
That hair. It's pearls, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to the night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did. Interesting. Fun fact, if you remember in 3-2 when Mia also gets channeled, Godot sees her and actually seems shocked. I don't know if you remember that, but it's some nice foreshadowing. I don't think I caught that then, but it is nice foreshadowing, yeah. I love those little nuggets, those little bread trail crumbs, you know? Bread crumb trails. Excuse me.
Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down two things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. If she succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? Now go back to hell and think about that for eternity. What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Just shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me.
Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten the spiky-haired jerk and the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. Exactly. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. How poetic, Mia. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh shit. That was spoopy looking. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Whoa! I don't think we've ever seen Maya with her hair down. Nick? Sis? Yeah. We did it! Well, I mean, not done, but I think this is probably the end of this part.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris.
Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. Dahlia got her punishment after all. Yeah, damn right. She gonna be tormenting herself for all of eternity. And yeah, it is the end of part 2. Only showdown left. Oh boy. Damn. This has been so good.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Yeah, everyone collectively was like, good riddance.
It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of the wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Yeah, for real. Can we make that a crime, actually? Your Honor?
Yes? What is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Karain channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occults?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way. Wow, we're even getting growth from the judge. Everyone's growing.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Objection!
Of course. This is why Ace Attorney 3 is the best game in the series. Yeah, it's just such a beautiful bow end to everything it's set up leading up to this. It really is like a fantastic finale. I know we're not done with it yet, but it's been an amazing finale so far. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
Well, what? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil's spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then, I took out the dagger, and I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but... I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Donim. No. Misty Faye. Right, and I certainly can't help but wonder why she would channel Dahlia. Yeah, we've yet to find the true killer, exactly. We're close. But who? Exactly, actually. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Not quite. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way!
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
Prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
The final witness?
Oh no, the ads, they're coming! Run, hide, fight for your lives! That's the final witness, is the ad break. Anyway, I'll see you in a few. This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. them playing coy like they don't know who each other are.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place.
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? I mean, yeah, that makes sense. You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. Well, I think that's her choice to make, but appreciate your concern for her, bro. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Wright. I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak out without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. I'm the prettiest damsel in distress you've ever seen. But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
There it is. Part 2. Oh, not quite. February 10th, 2:56 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent the entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either.
So what happened to you then? Because... Listen, you went through that same shit. I think your sister's just a rotten one. I'm gonna be real. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yeah, exactly.
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that. Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Iris too kind for her own good. That and Dahlia seems to have been in an abusive household too, it seems. Yeah, I definitely think Iris is too kind for her own good. And yeah, I mean, Dahlia was in an abusive household still and all, but I think Dahlia was just that way. Cause like, even at the turning, like the crossroads of when she sent Dahlia off to the temple, she had that done to get her ass out of the way. Like, she was already a deeply conniving person. So I think that I think Dahlia is just kind of fucked. I mean, there's a reason that nature versus nurture is a big question in psychology. You know, if we don't really know to what extent these extreme cases are nature versus nurture. Oh, I agree. I just think Dahlia being in a broken household made her that way. Yeah, I think again, like, it comes back to the whole nature versus nurture thing. That, like, Morgan is a fucking psychopath. And is it something that she inherited genetically? That she was just born also a psychopath? Or was it the upbringing under Morgan and then being in that household that made her that way and hardened her so much? Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's reasons people spend millions and millions of dollars studying this. It's a huge question, and I think it's usually some combination of the two. Because I bet you there's people who are, like, sort of like on that spectrum of, like, psychopathy, sociopathy, who aren't, you know, doing fucked up, horrific shit to people. But I think that if you're predisposed to it and you end up in a situation like Dahlia's, that's where monsters come from. That's my personal theory on people like that. But again, I don't think that we have, like, a strong consensus scientifically. But yeah, these situations are always very just, they leave you thinking a lot because there's not, like, a clear answer. And I think that's why they make such compelling stories. And they just kind of bring up the uncomfortable realities of humanity. Like, there's some really ugly things, like, really ugly aspects of humanity. Despite how much I love and think people are beautiful.
Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys, Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris. There's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes? What is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donim, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed to the Inner Temple. But... the path to the Inner Temple was cut off.
Oh, the path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right?
Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Defendant,
Yes?
the judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. Bum, 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 bum. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
Mia! How's Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donim really was?
Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. Me, maybe? I feel like that's the only other person that it could be. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very... Excuse me. From the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day.
Yeah, never mind. It can't be Bikini then. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. So the only three people that were on the Inner Temple were Maya, Iris, and Pearl. I don't think it was Maya, obviously. I think that's we can pretty conclusively write off Maya. It could be Iris. I don't think so, though. Or no. Iris was on the other side, so it's not Iris. So it's gotta be Pearl then. Uh-oh.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battles is yours to win or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. To be continued in a few moments. Showtime. Yeah, showdown time. Yeah. I'm gonna take a short break, just to like stretch. Honestly, mostly just to stretch for a few minutes. So I'm gonna play a little song, and then by the end of the song, we'll be back to it. But then we will knock this out. So I'm gonna hit that be right back, and then yeah, see y'all in a few minutes. Let's see, what do we want to play? Real challenge, deciding what to play. Now let's play some KKB. Dun, dun, dun. Sick beat. All right. Let's see what
It's
it feels.
KKB, let's go 走って登って打って飛んでトゥーンレイダーになりたいんだかっこよくて強くて憧れなんだトゥーンレイダー Windows 98 remember those days 夢中になって遊んで everyday 誰にも負けない諦めない自分に誓ったあの頃 never face time warp I'm 22 years old 大人の世界に change over 卑怯で嘘つき駆け引き for money hard to keep up always still being me but 忘れない逃げない絶対あの頃自分突き通せあの心あのハート1 2 3進んでくぜ next level Whichever console you play no matter how many hours a day I could win at any game whether you're a boy or a girl or a supercomputer it's often said I should get some girly hobbies instead but that thought fills me with dread I'm not into sewing, baking, dressmaking not eating, bitching, submitting同じ色に染まらず自分の道を歩むって寂しいし辛いしいろんなこと言われるけど出る釘は打たれるってよく聞くよねこの言葉それならいっぱい打てばいい I did it my way この人生 Whichever console you play No matter how many hours a day I could win at any game Whether you're a boy or a girl or a supercomputer It's often said I should get some girly hobbies instead But that thought fills me with dread I'm not into sewing, baking, dressmaking Not eating, bitching, submitting Whichever console you play No matter how many hours a day I could win at any game Whether you're a boy or a girl or a supercomputer It's often said I should get some girly hobbies instead But that thought fills me with dread I'm not into sewing, baking
How many shrimps do you have to eat before you make your skin turn pink? Eat too much and you'll get sick. Shrimps
Let's finish this. Hello, failed robot. Thank you. Thank you. Just taking a little break to stretch. Because we just knocked out those first two real smooth, real quick. All right. Excuse me. February 10th, 336 District Court, courtroom number 7.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier.
Tests.
Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh, yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought the victim. So, what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or...
Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
Interesting.
That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then, whose was it?
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness.
Final showdown. Oh, man. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Karain channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
It's fair, you just had an assassination attempt taken out on you. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donim's murder. Is this correct? Objection!
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please.
I think it's very fitting that Maya is the final witness in the trilogy. First time she's testifying, too. Yeah, that's a great point. It's very poetic. I agree.
yes, Your Honor.
At the Inner Temple.
I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled, and I ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
Damn. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Ah. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Poor thing.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened.
Hold it! Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head.
Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person. But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a second. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Damn, I feel bad doing this to Maya, but we gotta press harder. Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark.
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So, it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
the spirit that was channeled by Elise Donim, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern.
What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So, what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2.
Oh, Maya, not great in emergencies, huh? That's so funny.
You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger. That's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
Oh, because she was afraid of from the head trauma. That just clicked for me. That's funny as fuck.
I think I screamed, "Help me!"
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man? A woman? An adult? A child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
You didn't need to share that, man. But appreciate the sentiment, I guess.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that I was my last hope.
Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? I mean, why not? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said that?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, it's like, what do you what do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up here.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was at the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help.
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person.
I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Yeah, something's fishy with Maya. Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
Ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
Oh, so the stone lantern was lit.
Hold it!
A man? Who was this man?
Oh, well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see? She's used this excuse twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't lit though. Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't according to Dahlia, but I don't know if we have that. Oh, we do right here. It says it wasn't lit. So yeah, that's what I was thinking though. I wasn't sure if we had evidence that indicated as much, but that was going to be my next move.
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when the acolyte is there for training.
That's a contradiction. It sure is. It sure is.
Hey, you know what they say? Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in that garden at the time.
Something warm splashed over you. You don't mean... Was it...
I didn't know at the time, but I think it was probably blood.
Is she saying that's when Miss Donim, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer?
At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. That's when I lost consciousness.
Hold it! So, what happened next?
I don't remember.
How were you saved? You don't even remember that?
No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad. I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Yep. So the only clear one is the light of the lantern, which we know was not lit. So, there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Godot, explain this.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor.
I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard. I'll have you know.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick,
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman or an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. Save her quick.
Order! What in the world is the meaning of all this? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under the pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trite. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Ha. You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. Let me get a closer see.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with this. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
All right, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was the person that you say Miss Faye saw in that darkness?
Okay, well, I don't think it's either of these two. The only dude that was there, as far as I know, but that can't be, because he... We saw him before the bridge was repaired, I'm pretty sure. But that's the only one that makes any kind of sense. Like, he's the only guy other than me that was there that night. Yeah. I'm gonna have to go with him, because, like, genuinely none of the other dudes make sense.
It looks like you've proven a well-known fact. A fact that people really can't see in the dark.
Okay, so wait, well, let's see. You're just the man I thought you were. You should try a nice sweet cafe au lait. Let's see. Just quick. What is visible in the dark? I will say this: they give you a hint once before in 3-3. That's all I'm saying. Oh, okay. I mean, this feels like a stretch, but he's got those glowy eyes. And that's like the only person who has something that might glow in the dark. This would be wild. Take that! No fucking way. What the fuck? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
This is... But it can't be.
Ha. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. If you remember, at the end of 3-3, the lights go out, and you can see Godot laser thingies, remember? I don't remember that, but it tracks, because, yeah, the only player who had something that would, like, glow in the dark is Godot. The fuck was he doing there, though? Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Like I said, final showdown time. I guess so.
Order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Ha. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason.
What?
Witness, Mr. Wright.
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. It's one of my rules.
All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Oh, I was about to be, well, short and sweet testimony. Love that.
The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you were utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with cross-examination.
So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then, the person that carried you into the inner temple.
It could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya to the inner temple.
By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again.
The torches were lit and the body was gone.
The torches were lit.
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say that it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Sure did. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. But they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this kid. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow anyway?
There's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier, you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Don't forget to save, and also to repress again for one of the statements. Yeah. For sure. I remember he mentioned that we gotta circle back. Was it the second statement? I think it was this one. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
Truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden...
She may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened.
They did it for your sake.
Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Karain killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you?
Hey, cheers, Kev. Good looking out. Stay hydrated, folks. Cheers. Okay, let's see here. Why would they do it for your sake? And what evidence do I have that can... Because, like, Godot obviously has a motive. Yeah, I mean, she definitely knows more than she's letting on, but how do we get it out of her? Sure, yeah. I saw this already. Page 2 of evidence, there's something that's conflicting with this. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah, because they left this, right?
Objection!
Yeah, obviously. Staring me right in the face the whole time. The body of Elise Donim was carried all the way to the Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. This also explains why Godot was so floored when we brought up the writing earlier. He was like, the what? Fuck! It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. So much foreshadowing for this case. I love it. Yeah, for sure. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Excuse me. If the killer was so moved to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Ah, you're right. Order, order, order. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. Excuse me. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred here. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would.
What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Got him now. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern? There's something written on it. But why? It's written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Très Bien. Right. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on it. Yeah, because he didn't notice the red stain. I remember you mentioning that earlier.
There's still something bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the blood stain to the court?
Well, you see, it's because the ad break is about to come, so please, run for your lives. I'll see y'all in a few. He can't see red on a white background. There's actually a joke in the community that if Godot was in 1-2, he wouldn't be able to see red-white. That's funny. That's so funny. Bloodstain. What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. Guy who killed his girlfriend, I might add. Oh, right. That is the guy who killed Mia. Yeah, well, he would have been seeing red if you catch my case, though. You You could see the coffee on the white apron. First time in a long time you'd be seeing it. But you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ah, it's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured it out. The truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donem, also known as Miss Misty Fey.
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Ha. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like my name's written on it.
Objection!
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area?
Yes, why didn't he just take out that area? Ah! Could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Wait just a minute. Maya,
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
excuse me. Maya, you can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. If you notice, that was Godot protecting her too, because if she testified that she would get in real trouble. Yeah. For sure. I'm wondering, does Godot still think he can get away with it at this point? Maybe, we'll see.
Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the inner temple, too. Pearly was also stuck in the inner temple that night. The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone.
One sec.
The next morning,
Yeah, okay.
the next day when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ah. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot,
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
this is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright,
Let's get this cross-examination started. After the incident.
Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone.
Oh, whoops. Why am I reading this again? I gotta press this.
Hold it!
So, where do you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
but even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place?
It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donim.
The next morning, she looked around, but I couldn't find anyone. Hold it!
She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end?
Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and the spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There was a storage shack, too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined the storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room.
Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge?
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like this.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time.
So, it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense just ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not as admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well, what do you have to say, Mr. Godot?
Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for the case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So, he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is.
Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godot, he found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Hold it!
He cheered her up?
That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves. In more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style.
And I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Figuring out dinner with Bae. Seeing what she wants. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Let's see. We definitely gotta ask, but the question is, which of these two is more important? I mean, I guess we can always circle back. That's what I was leaning towards too, so I'm gonna go with that. You said that you conducted an investigation on your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. Excuse me. And after all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? Oh, that's what he's talking about?
So from there you headed for the prep room.
Wait a second. What did Godot just say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Donim. Let's see. Let's go back and... Let's express about Pearl. So you cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked was about her cousin, Maya Fey.
Really?
The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no kids. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Early.
I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temples. I noticed you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. You gave her coffee? That's hilarious. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth.
What a sweet story.
He had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance. Okay. So we gotta prove that he was there. Let me look at my evidence. I will say, he gave himself away with the Godot investigation style thing.
Hold it!
Let me see that one again. I mean, I assume it has to be something about this, but I don't really know what.
Objection!
I should have saved it when I did that. It's the fourth statement? Oh, okay. Let's see, let me save.
Objection!
Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple. Oh, because he can't know that it was misty unless he was there before it got covered in green. Ah. Was long before the murder took place.
Well, why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot,
If you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Now we got him. Oh, wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark,
Then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there.
true. But Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. But that's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak on the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh?
Well, what did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
Maybe because of Morgan Fay, he found out through like prison guards or something. I suppose I could present Morgan Fay herself. The incinerator was on the inner temple side, of course. Yeah. I'm gonna try this. Yeah, here we go. Okay. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls had ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. But that's right. Mr. Godot wouldn't have even known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at a detention center.
That sounds like standard procedure. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of them. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot.
Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. We're getting really close to the end, I could feel it. I had a feeling. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but
What does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. Sure about that? I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
Objection!
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Yeah. Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably.
Take that!
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey? You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Well, wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Oh, wait, Godot also could be like the last syllables of both of his names. Godot. Anyway. The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I can never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison in my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I can imagine. Said. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. Again. There wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, Wright.
Huh? Me?
If I didn't drink that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. Must have been really depressing for him. Woke up and lost everything already. Yeah, seriously, that's gotta be just soul-crushing. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. Well, that's a little hysterical.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see her for myself. What kind of a man you really were.
So, that's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Karain Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center?
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense.
If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the master of the Karain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded a great deal of influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it.
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized at that just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
And that night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you could come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, I've been wondering why Misty channeled Dahlia. This makes so much sense now. Then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Karain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot! Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do this rest. You're gonna have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot.
I mean, I think I know who. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick. Please don't.
But Maya,
I heard the whole thing. My sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick,
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know.
Final testimony, last one in the trilogy. Yeah, we're really at the end now here. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Oh boy.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered in blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her.
This is it. Save 2, of course. Yeah.
Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya is telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Here we go. Alright, let's hit that save real quick.
Hold it!
Time to press. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for
Excuse me.
certain. I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but gotta press. Always press harder. But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
All right then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood.
That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so. Probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her.
She struck back. How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also, the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life.
Yeah, genuinely. This is barely the tip of the iceberg even, I feel like.
So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
But you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier.
Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark.
They went out.
yes. Suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight, maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite?
Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working.
What could have really happened then? Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Hold it! What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? What? So then, that scream came from the killer?
That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. Sounds like Final Jeopardy time.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and then delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me.
It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I feel like there's got to be a contradiction in that, right? Because like they had a big brawl away from the lantern. Like, yeah, I don't think so. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. Yeah, exactly. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have been struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. And that's where the other blade comes in. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. We're so close. Yeah, I can feel it. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Take that! Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Objection! Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite.
Order! Order in the court!
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Yeah? Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second.
This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes. What does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Wright. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What?
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness. Continue your testimony.
Wait a minute.
He must have still been injured. Yeah, for sure.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
But Maya,
This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer.
that's right.
But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved that contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Order in the...
Objection! Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Did the judge take a smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way, he wouldn't get any blood
Objection!
on him. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there at late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here... So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Alright. That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Say. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So, what do I do at a time like this? This is it, man, the final piece of evidence / profile. I
at long last. It's simple. I've got to think outside of the box and approach this from a different angle.
All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been the bloodstain on his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wounds.
What did you say?
Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wounds. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location you say the killer hid his wound? I mean... Okay, not that. I mean, it's you. It's gotta be the goggles. How do I argue? I think it has to be this. I'm just gonna take that! Ha. I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. That's awesome. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right. Your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. The super objection. Yeah. Arrgh! Just now, I saw her spirit in you. Love this moment. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Yeah. Oh no, the ads. The final one of the day, likely. Run, hide. I'll see you in a few.
You yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into this situation I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night in the darkness on the garden, when I saw her silhouette. He's clearly a broken man, but I don't believe this bit. Of course he wanted revenge, but he also went as far as to kill her to save her, Yeah, I think that sometimes, we don't know fully the reason why we do things. And I think that when we have really complex emotions around situations such as what Godot is dealing with, both things can be true. I think that he could have done it both selfishly and altruistically. I think he wanted to prove to himself that he's not, a failure and that he can save someone and that he's redeemable. But he can also care about the daughter of his dead ex, Not daughter, the sister of his dead ex. And I think both of those can be true. But when you're the one, with all those emotions swirling inside you, it can be hard to have that clarity. But yeah, I agree. He's definitely just a deeply broken man. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what's going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have simply been my desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that moment, I understood everything. Damn, that unison objection hits. That really hits. Every time. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Damn. Thanks. Your wound. It's bleeding. Ah. Did you forget already? In my world, color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Genuinely such a sad scene, man. Yeah, for sure, for sure. This is just a broken ass dude, who was trying to do the best he could to regain some sense of humanity. Failing ultimately, but like that's really what he was trying to do. And ultimately, ironically, in his failure is where he found his humanity again. It's very poetic, honestly.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Damn.
This time, it really is all over, isn't it?
Godot gotta be top 3 Ace Attorney character for me. His backstory and as a character are so good. And yeah, I agree. Definitely one of my faves. And here we are, the end. I know. I can't believe we're here.
Defendant,
Yes, Your Honor.
although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing I'd like to say. Something to Mr. Wright. I wanna apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Beanie.
That's bold. That's real bold to pull out the pet name like that right now. You mean?
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
Confessing her her love in court is a crazy move. Yeah, for real. Especially given the context of everything, like, I think that ship has sailed.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me? Don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. Didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I'd found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris! After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. That was sweet, yeah. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright. I'm expecting him to chuck this thing at me. Oh, what? Hell yeah! Victory coffee. Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Donnell. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant
Not guilty! Damn, that was a hell of a case.
Court is now adjourned.
February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. But Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. That was some trial and tribulations we went through. Yeah, it was. Damn, that was a roller coaster. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You know, I think in a way you did save him, Phoenix. Oh yeah, here we go. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. But Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I've found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry. Oh, that's so sweet. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. She's pulling Phoenix's bit, giving him the evidence to be like, you did it. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you everything we owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya. How?
How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francisca? Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright.
Excellent work, right?
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? She doesn't know anything. Oh, no. I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca.
I don't suppose.
Oh, Larry. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the, longer than usual... Oh, what's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once. That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No.
Oh yeah! Those portraits you painted, they were really good.
Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What? But me?
Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance.
You really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well, too? Oh, my beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the efforts you put into it and that it's worth something. So then, you'll do it? Like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip It? Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. But painting a pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly.
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that's happened.
Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca? That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry.
Yeah, for Pearly. That makes sense. Poor Pearl.
Someone who was hurt more
deeply than Maya. Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too. So tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? Little Pearly. Well, Fey, Poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fae Clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya Faye herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again.
Oh, hey, so this is where y'all were. Wow, looks like we got quite a bunch here today. Ouch! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about Satsclaffy. My VIP just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright.
He didn't even do anything wrong this time.
I made reservations at that first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That VIP was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien! What else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal.
Hey!
Oh, hey, you crybaby. You're invited, too.
Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls? Oh, no. Oh, Maya. What's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Huh?
I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal?
Did you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick!
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. February 10th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini, I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie's here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearlie's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah! Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls. Really? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the Master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's...
A photo?
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us humans is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what a human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question.
They broke it when they were kids too. That's so funny. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed,
We always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. There have been broken for 4 times now. Such an adorable scene. Yeah, I agree. That's so funny. This is the day to remember. Day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
but I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for three for when you come back. Whoa!
All right, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal right before next time. Right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Beautiful. What a great ending. Damn. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master Karain and office manager of Wright & Co. law offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearlie and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. We went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Thoughts on Final Case and the ending for the trilogy? It's a perfect finale. It was amazing. Genuinely, like, perfect end cap to this whole trilogy. Feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Yeah, this is probably my new favorite case. This was amazing. That's funny as fuck. Von Karma's teaching others now. Interesting. Okay. Cut it out, please. Okay. Okay. Wrinkly clown nose waits to flush down. Aww. Aw, that's so sweet. Love the way this series does credits. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of the like 80s flicks back in the day where they do like, Joey went off to college and became a lawyer. Tom joined the NFL immediately after college. Lol.
Objection! Objection!
Oh yeah, they credited the actors too. Yeah, that's cool. Finally get to see who the voice behind all these characters are. Only game they did that in the trilogy. Well, better late than never.
Objection!
Objection!
Ooh, what's all this here? Oh, Wendy. No, no. Lol. Oh no. Olbak makes an appearance too. Yeah, we love to see it. With her trademark ray gun. Is it now? Oh. Oh, that's a nice photo or image. I like that. All my goats here. Yeah, exactly. Hey, now the gang's all here. That's awesome. There it is. Wow. Bum, bum. Yeah. I think next time we have a 3-part trial, I might split it up into 2 streams. Because goddamn. But appreciate y'all so much. I hope you had some fun. And I'm not sure what we're going to do tomorrow. But we'll probably start. I did not expect it for it to be long, lol. Yeah, no worries. We'll probably do like the tier list, and then I'll see if I have any other plans. Otherwise, we'll just start up on Monday, and I'll do the tier list before we start the next game. But all that said, have a great rest of the day. I will see you next time, and until then, peace.
Like this, I've been waiting for a chance to find my bliss. I missed every opportunity that came my way. What can I say? I'm just holding on for the day, not getting paid. My girl loves me, feeling like a fae. I don't know where I'll be. A day, a week, a year from now. Will I still be alive, or will I rest in peace in the ground? Hear the sound of my own conclusion, ringing in my ears like it's my solution. If I ever take my life, charge my brain with collusion. Never stood a chance of taking shots at illusions. So what's the point of it all? Build myself a tower, let the world watch me fall. Is that the point of it all? Build myself a tower, let the world watch me fall. I've been running around and these circles got me tired. Set my life on fire, watch the flames getting higher. What's there left to do when I make it to the top? What's there left to do? Well, the only choice is drop, 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 drop. What's there left to do? Well, the only choice is drop. Sure don't know where I'm going. Keep looking for a win, but agony keeps on flowing. All the pressure to fit in, it's got me losing sleep. Folks don't care about your pain, just the success you reap. I've been running around and these circles got me tired. Set my life on fire, watch the flames getting higher. What's there left to do when you make it to the top? What's there left to do? Well, the only choice is drop, 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 drop. I've been running around and these circles got me tired. Set my life on fire, watch the flames getting higher. What's there left to do when I make it to the top? What's there left to do? Well, the only choice is drop. What's there left to do? Well, the only choice is drop. I've been running around and these circles got me tired. Set my life on fire, watch the flames getting higher. What's there left to do when I make it to the top? What's there left to do?